Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Guitar Lilin, Squizzed, Hyena. How we doing? You had to cheat that as well, Guitar Lilin. Yeah, it seems that like a lot of things don't register the way they're supposed to. I found another one as I was looking through what we still had to complete today in here. This didn't trigger for me. The Nether Cake one, this didn't kind of properly unlock. I wonder if it's the order I did it in somehow. Like the fact that I'd completed that already before I actually did the requirements. Because the dependencies are the Nether Matter, which we've completed, and the MV or HV Atomic Reconstructor, which I've completed. We completed both of those a long time ago, but they still didn't register, so that one will not complete now. Ziddick, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How we doing? Bio, Ziddick. How was the stream? I was lurking a little bit. How is the build coming along? Eminent, hello. We're just looking at the Broken Quest book. Because things we're close to finishing now, and we kind of want to go through and mop up all the quests that we haven't done. And it turns out a lot of them we can't do because things haven't properly unlocked as they're supposed to. Like this didn't properly unlock. We had to cheat a couple of ones. We had to cheat this jet. We had to cheat to complete that because no matter how we did that jetpack, it didn't complete it. It's annoying. Seamus goes, I just need more purple and more quartz now. How have you been getting your purple? I'm assuming you've been crafting it. Oh no, hello. Yeah, one of those quest books. Like this didn't complete because of like NBT data issues, I'm assuming. There was another, like this won't complete. The dependencies, it depends on having the advanced integrated circuits unlocked, which we have, and it still didn't unlock the quest, so that won't ever complete. And then there was, like I say, this one, which we have done but all the requirements for, and still won't unlock, so it's annoying. Going outside your base and crafting it. So first time here today, I'm assuming that is very much true. Blue, welcome. But yeah, I realized at the end of the stream yesterday, I did make a slight mistake that I have started to fix. We were making one of these, the universal collapse device, so we can use that to get our first heart of a universe. What I didn't realize was this is UHV power, and our assembly lines are currently only at UV. So to upgrade all of them, I did make another few energy hatches, including an extra one for upgrading the microminer as well. So we need to upgrade that to UHV as well. Mandolin, hello. How you doing? I can probably take out the requirements, and I might do that at the very end of the pack once we've finished everything else. By the way, all the materials for crafting this are currently stuck in this, so I'll upgrade that one last. So this, once we do this, this should turn on, hopefully. There we go. And that will make... Oh, it'll take 200 seconds. Oh, wait, hold on. We have got a slight issue here. Please don't break anything. I've not upgraded the actual energy peer-to-peers yet. Yeah, it blatantly is. Like I said, I think I'll go through and I'll do all of that at the end of the very end of the pack, because like we know we've got them all done anyway, so it's not really a big deal. Yeah, there we go. That should give us our universal collapse device. And then then we should also have, what was the other thing we needed? The universe creation data. Yeah, we've got the universe creation data. We have the tier 10 microminer. We're just waiting on that, and then we can get our first Heart of the universe. Heart of a universe. While we're doing that, in order to run that mission, though, we do need UHV power. So we need to add another UV hatch into this, which I did leave myself a little note yesterday. We don't actually have to hook up the UV hatch, though, because we've got a 4 amp UV one in there, which will give us UHV power. But unless you have two of one tier hatch, it won't actually upgrade to the next one, even if you have a 4 amp one in there. So there we go. That should be everything complete for that now. But yeah, we're very, very close to finishing now. We are we're on the end game page. We've still got a few last little bits to mop up on here. We've still got to make the Mega Alloy Blast Smelter, although that's not really a priority at the moment, although probably should be. There's a few things actually that we're running in our Alloy Blast Smelters at the moment, which would probably be better suited to doing in the Rotary Hearth Furnace now. Now that we have that. Like... In fact, a lot of these things, there are only certain things that have to be done in the Alloy Blast Smelters. I just haven't gone through and checked which is which and sorted them out. Right, we should be almost done with that. Let's actually get the recipe for our Heart of a Universe. This was actually the biggest pain in the ass. We're going to have to get a way of improving this because the universe creation data takes stellar creation data, which takes a whole lot of hydrogen. That is like 20,000 buckets worth of hydrogen. Which takes a while. It's 128, because each one of those is basically 2 times compressed. So 81, is it 81 in each? Yeah, so 9 of those, 9 of those. Yeah, 81 buckets of hydrogen in each. So 10,368. Wait, no. That's not right. Oh, no, it is right. Yeah, 10,368 hydrogen to make 2 stacks of that. And then we need to make 4 stacks. And I don't think that there's not a cheaper way to do that. So thankfully, we have decent hydrogen production. And there we go. There's our universal collapse device. Are there any other GT packs coming after this? I will likely be playing other GT packs, but I won't be streaming them. But there we go. That should be everything we need for this. Yes, slightly different as at Extreme. Welcome, Benjamin. How you doing? Right, there we go. We should now be able to request our first Heart of the Universe. It will take 300 seconds, so we are in for a little bit of a wait. But it is now going. There we go. We've got 300 seconds to wait, and we will have a Heart of the Universe. We are going to need many of those to begin with. The first one, though, is going to be used to make this Omnic data. First of a couple of creative datas that will allow you to replicate extremely powerful marvels such as Omnium, which is what we want it for, because we need to make this, the Omnic Forge. The Omnic Forge takes, well, a lot of casings, Omnic casings. I think it takes 133 plus the 4 for the controller. So 137 Omnic casings. Each one initially takes 12 Omnium ingots. Oh, 6 Omnium ingots for each casing. What did we say? 137 times 6. 822 Omnium. Once we get to this, it halves the cost of it, but 822 Omnium. as well as a considerable amount of UV circuits and everything else. And Omnium at the moment, we can only make by making these motes of Omnium. And each one of these will turn into one Omnium nugget. So basically, we'd need like 7,400-ish of each of these items in order to make it. Whereas once we have that Omnic data, all we need is the Subatomic digital assembly, which is the next thing we're going to be making, and we can basically make it for nothing. Except for computation work units and a lot of coolant. Otherwise, that's pretty much it. So we need to start looking at this as well. This is the next thing we need to do. I'm surprised that we don't actually need to, I'm surprised that we don't actually need to research anything for that. I think, oh, that's just the first UHV circuit, the wetware UHV circuit. I actually need to change that out for, I need to take that out and put that in. Right, I'm going to grab these because we're going to make, even though we only need to make this once, I think we only need to make this once. We might need to make more. Let's make a recipe for it. I think we can make everything in there, except for the atomic casings. We haven't made the atomic casings yet. Everything else, though, I think we've already got available. There's APM emitters, APM field generators, UV field generators, LUV field generators. Yeah, it's just the atomic casings we need to make. All right, let's put that in there. There we go. All right. We can't make that yet because we still need to make these. Which hopefully we can make these. These are probably going to be expensive. Naquid alloy and tri-naquid alloy. Can we make the tri-naquid alloy at the minute? That's fine. Neon, tri-naquid alloy. We only need trinium coils, so that's fine. Trinium, naquid, and carbon is fine. Yeah, so we should be able to do all of that. I'm assuming that's on circuit 6 in an assembler. It is. Oh, we did run out of places, spots for plates, though, didn't we? And we need to make sure we have neon in the rotary hearth furnace. All right, so do you need a circuit? Circuit 2. Yeah, so you need to be in here. I'm going to make sure we do not currently have neon in there. We do have neon in our ME system, right? Only 3,000 buckets, but we do have neon. Hey, there's a heart of a universe. There we go. Nice. We have our first heart. Fantastic. Right, there we go. And that gets us a lovely little heart trophy. But there we go. We've got our heart of the universe. We'll put that away for now. We'll get this finish getting this sorted out. Right, I do need to add another hatch into the bender. That's the... How do I want to do this? Because, yeah, we've got that's full and that's full. I guess we just remove that. I'm actually going to put this back on here. I kind of wish you got the glow ink sacks, like the glow ink sacks back when you'd finished doing this. Right. HV inputs. So, like, if you break a sign that's got a glowing sack on it, I wish you got it back. I don't think that would make a great deal of sense, really, but... It would just be nice. Alright, we need... What do I need? I need you. I'm actually just going to get rid of that. And that. And that. Make sure we put the right circuit on it. And then put that in there. Alright, we've still got to make the recipe for... Yeah, that would be really nice. Like, if there was a way you could remove the sign, like, as a whole, that would be good. Right, this needs to be on circuit 1. I think I'm gonna actually... Where's my... Where's my pattern modifier? Am I going blind? Ah, there it is. I am going blind. We're actually going to do 4 times that, because we have that on blocking mode at the moment. I don't actually even know if we've got any hatch big enough to, like, energy hatch big enough to do this. Past 1 recipe at a time, but... We will find out, I guess. Let's just make sure it works to start with. Maybe let water wash it off if you wanted to reset it. Yeah, just kind of like right click it with a bucket of water or a bottle of water, maybe. That will be good. Right, let's just make sure we can make these as well. This shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. Might take a minute, but there we go. Right, okay, so we can make those now. Can we make the atomic casings? Because we're going to need a few of these for the actual structure as well. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a good way of doing it as well. But yeah, this is the structure we need to make for this. And we also need to upgrade our coolant production as well, because it is not anywhere close to high enough at the moment. So if we were to run everything at the same time, let's do it from here. If we were to run everything at the same time, we would need to be running this at UV to make enough to run all of our things constantly without running out of coolant. So we would need 250 millibuckets of distilled water every 0.2 seconds and 750 millibuckets of polychlorinated biphenyl every 0.3 seconds. So... Right, so how many ticks is 0.3 seconds? Six ticks. So every 6 ticks, we need 750 millibuckets, I think it was, right? So we need to do the maths for this to make sure we're actually producing enough, because last time we weren't producing anywhere near enough. We ran out of coolant and then all of our computation things burnt out and we had to recraft them all, which I would rather avoid doing. So 750 millibuckets in 6 ticks is 125 millibuckets per tick. So we need 125 millibuckets of this per tick. So this will give us... Right, my brain isn't working today. How am I going to work out how much of this we need per tick? We need 125 millibuckets of this per tick. So with that, 1,000 buckets divided by... That'll be what, 25 ticks? 1.25 seconds? That's 40 millibuckets per tick. That's only 80, so that would need to be running at UV as well. So that'll be 2 amps of UV just to get the... just to get enough coolant for it. And then this, we would need... So if we're running that at UV... It would actually it would be slightly below UV. It would be running out because it wouldn't be running constantly. Because if we were, this was 1 bucket at 0.3 seconds, we need 750 millibuckets. So we get a little bit left over. It does use a lot of chlorine as well, though. And then that means we need 2 biphenyl dust every 0.3 seconds. So that would actually have to... Oh no, we could run that at LUV. Since an LCR will perfectly overclock. So 2 amps of UV and 1 amp of LUV to get enough coolant. Hell was that? Things are beeping at me. Why are things beeping at me? Hold please. What? Oh, was it Kofi? Ah. I don't know. Like like I don't know what all the noises are. But thank you, whoever that was. Thank you so much. That actually helped me find out and make sure that my the thing I was doing for my bot, which is kind of superfluous now, actually works. But thank you so much for the $5, whoever that was. The username was just Uwu. So whoever that was, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And that was also the message. I don't know if that was what that was from, but thank you, whoever it was. Too many new recipes in this craft, so time to walk and see how poorly it goes. Or time to wait and see how poorly it goes, not walk. There we go. Atomic casings are working. Beautiful. Right. So let's turn our heart of the universe into omnic data, which all we need to do is put that through an extractor. Do I have an extractor up here? Oh, God, I fell off. I don't think I've got an extractor up here. Actually, wait, what does it need to be extractor-wise? What tier? Oh, it has to be UV anyway. Ah, hell, that means I'm going to have to upgrade my extractor as well. More UV energy hatches. That's fine. I don't mind upgrading the multi-blocks at all because they tend to get used a lot, so... And at the moment, it's only ZPM. Or ZPM, if you prefer. Yeah, another use... I was looking at this the other before as well, because we can now also get to the creative storage data, which is not as useful as it sounds, because all it does is allow you to store a creative amount of items. It doesn't actually create those items, it just gives you really large storage spaces, which for me is kind of pointless. Good morning, Rallius. How you doing? But yeah, we are going to need to make that creative storage data at some point. Right, these should actually be a little quicker now. Yeah, there we go. UV energy hatch, which can replace that. Make sure we got that in there. So goddamn tired. I can relate. There we go. That should now make our Omnic data. Beautiful. Can't do anything with it yet, but it will make our Omnic data. Okay, so the next thing is, where are we going to put all of the stuff for crafting this? Oh wait, I've just realized something. Hold on. This is a chemical reactor as well, so we don't need this running at UV. We only need this running at... Hold on. At LUV, and that will be faster than it needs to be. So we have that running at LUV, because that's also a chemical reactor, so we can run that. So it's only 1 amp of UV that's being used then. That's absolutely fine. That is not a problem at all. And there we go. Our Omnic data. Where? Oh, no. Oh, right. No, we need... Oh, please tell me that will actually work when we get the Subatomic digital assembler. Let's start that crafting. Oh, of course I don't have ME controllers craftable, do I? We didn't need them for anything. All right, well, that's fine. Because we like channels aren't enabled by default in this pack, so we've never really needed more than 1 ME controller. Right, let's just make sure that works. Yeah, we should be able to make enough of those. Right, let's try that again. Am I gonna need to do anything different for this? No, this is just a we don't need to change energy hatches or anything for that, for crafting that. That's fine. But yeah, even after we've got this, we still have a long way to go. Like, all of this is probably going to take us probably a few weeks, I imagine, to get to where we need to be. This is what I think this is going to be after the Omnic Forge. I think this is going to be our next major goal, the Large Naquadah reactor. So Large Naquadah reactor will basically solve any power problems we may have had. This thing produces 33.5 million EU per tick, which is 64 amps of UV. Of UV rather, not EV. Which will probably see us through for until we get to creative data. We're making tritanium again. Fun. All right, what else do we need for this? So 24 crystal matrix frames. I wish I could bookmark from here. I also wish there was a way I could Is there a way I can set an amount of items in these? So we can say we want 24 of these. I don't know if there is there? Or is there a way we can set the multi-block? No, I was going to say, it would be nice if we could set the multi-block as for the recipe tree. So we can see all of the items we need. There's a lot of stuff we're going to need for this. Okay, before we start doing too much else, though, I'm going to start making the stuff we need for our coolant production. So we need 2 LCRs. We're going to need a couple of those. We're going to need a bunch of those. Possibly more than that, I'm not sure. We need a cupronickel coil. I should put that away in there for now. What are we waiting on for this? Tritanium again, and uranium, rhodium, dinaquilide. That's actually one that I was going to put into the rotary hearth furnace. It should be faster than these. These are doing, I think that's 4 ingots in 19 seconds. First mistake found. What was the mistake? Yeah, I've done that on many occasions. I've looked at the recipe, checked the power tier, everything else, but then completely forgotten that, like, completely missed the bit at the bottom where it says requires clean room. Is it a multi-block? Like, do you have access to the cleaning maintenance hatches now? Oh yeah, we're going to be waiting for the osmiridium for this as well. So I think we do want to move over the uranium, rhodium, dinaquidide to the EBF. I think it's going to be faster that way. But let me start getting the recipes ready for that. There's a large mixing vessel. Right, I need to remember to remove those from the ABS. And there's my subatomic digital assembler. Beautiful. And that did complete the Omnic data as well, which is nice. Right, so that'll go in there. And this was circuit 4 on the mixer. So I want to remove that and that from there. I'm hoping that that will make this a little quicker. Let's do the uranium, rhodium, dinaquidide. All right, we'll put this... Well, we'll leave that in our inventory for now. Right, let's go and sort out these first. We'll do the coolant before we do anything else. Right, I think the subatomic digital assembler is going to get put in this chunk here. Let me just mark out where that's going to go. Like, how big of a footprint have we got here? It's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 7. What do I need? Another rack. Now we want it to, what we want to be able to do is we're going to have to take have an extra data transmission hatch from here, and then we're going to have to run that underneath and over to here. So if we put the back of it here, so 7 by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I think it was like that. So there we go. That's where that's going to go. So we've got this space here and here. I think we'll do... I think we'll set this up so we do the coolants down here. So if we do stack the LCRs on top of each other here, or I guess we could do them side by side as well. And then have the mixer there. The only thing is the mixer is going to come up to the edge of there, which is a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I think that should work. That should be fine. Right, okay, let's get this set up and working first of all. Get our LCRs set up. I've just got to. The one thing I've got to be sure of is that we are making enough of everything that goes into these. So we need to make sure we keep an eye on distilled water. I might need to make a better method of making distilled water. We need to keep an eye on distilled water, chlorine, chlorine. Benzene is one thing I'm not entirely sold that we're going to be making enough of. That's the one thing I'm not sure we're going to be making enough of. Everything else, except maybe chlorine. Chlorine might be a little short as well. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Benzene, at least we can quite easily increase our input of that. Only 2 misplaced recipes, better than you were afraid of. Right, let's worry about hatches and what have you afterwards. Right, so we need to... We said we could run these at LUV, right? Wait, which assembler recipe are you missing? What recipe do you should have an assembler recipe and doesn't? Oh yeah, those are like any ones like that are really annoying because, well, for exactly that reason, they don't have a an assembler recipe. Although most of the time you should never need to make too many of them. You should never need to make too many of these, so I guess for the most part it's not a hugely big deal, but it would be nice to have it available for those who did want it. Right, okay, what do we need for this? So, PCB coolant, we need to make polyphenol, polychlorinated biphenyl. And then we need, for that we need biphenyl dust. Okay, so what am I actually storing at the minute? Right, I do want to store the polychlorinated, like I want to store every step of this recipe now. So the biphenyl dust, I'm assuming I don't have a recipe for that either, or a storage cell for that either. And then we'll just have off switches for everything at every point. Okay, so what are these for? So polychlorinated biphenyl. And biphenyl dust. Or biphenyl. I never know whether it's biphenyl or biphenyl. I don't think it makes much difference, honestly. Right, there is biphenyl dust. Right, that's every step. Craftable. Okay, so we need... So for this, we need a stocking hatch and just a stocking hatch. For this, we need a stocking hatch and a stocking bus. So stocking hatch will go in there, and then this will need stocking hatch and a stocking bus. And then we're just going to need an output hatch and output bus. I can't spell at all today, apparently. So output hatch. An output bus. That should cover both of those. We need some of those and some of those. Ah, that's great concrete facades. We need bit facades here. Right, and then this needs to come off there. And we need to make sure we bring this over here. I'm going to make sure we set the emitters up first. So this one's for biphenyl dust. So if we don't need to keep much in stock. But if we just say 512 of that, and it will turn it on when it drops below 256, because otherwise it will go... just be constantly going off and on again. We emit signal when it's below those. And then this is for the polychlorinated biphenyl. And again, we'll say 512 buckets and 256 buckets. We need machine controllers. Which need to be inverted. Right, so this needs, what was it, benzene and oxygen. Does it need a circuit? Circuit 1. And funnily enough, it's not going to do anything because we haven't given it any power yet. Apparently, that helps. And these are both at LUV. Okay, right. That's perfect. We probably do want to put monitors on here, though, so we can keep track of what we're running out of, if we're running out of anything. Thankfully, the good thing with this is this will not use coolant when it's not being used. It's the only downside with it is the amount of power it takes to actually transfer the power.
I'm new. What's the IP address of your server, mister?
Quiet. Welcome, new subscriber. The IP is 1. My IP is 1. Enjoy. Quiet, thank you so much. 79 months. Can we get some love and hearts in chat? You know you shouldn't have done that, though, Quiet. But thank you. You're almost standing on your own head. Because apparently you are once again in here twice. You are next to M, though. Yeah, but it could have been used somewhere else, Quiet. Yeah, that exactly, Benjamin. You got it. That is the IP address for this server. That is true. I can't stop you doing anything, but doesn't stop it being daft. All right, so we need chlorine. And we need biphenyl dust. That should now be working. It is indeed. There we go. That is making our polychlorinated biphenyl. Hey, Reese. No, it's literally just 1. There's no other numbers there. It's literally just 1. That's what the IP address is. It's the first ever IP address. That's true. Well, to be fair, she did draw them, so she has every right to want them. So she technically kind of has them all the time, just not on Twitch. Right, large mixing vessel. This takes a little bit more stuff to craft. No, this was around before they even came up with the whole kind of 4-digit system, AK. This was literally just the first ever IP address. That's why they were testing it out in the first place. And they decided to make a Minecraft server with it and then just let me have it. It's all perfectly plausible when you think about it. How many casings did I need? No, literally just one, Reese. That's more than we need, but... Yeah, those emotes do belong to Quiets, technically. What else do I need? 8 Hastelloy X frames, 11 titanium pipe casings. And it was, I think, 2 stainless steel gearboxes. Exactly, AK, yes. I may not know a huge amount about the kind of IP addresses and things, but I do get the joke there, at least. At least I think I do. Isn't that essentially like the home, like, local host IP address? If I remember rightly. I should know that, because I've used it enough times for various things, but... I don't know if parallel hatches are going to help here. But we have a parallel hatch controllers. Why have I put those down there? Those should both be turned off now, right? Right. What happened, Quiet? Feel free to kind of DM me. I obviously won't be able to check it too much until later on, but are you okay? Okay, so we need yet another UV energy hatch. I don't need energy hatches for the digital assembler, do I? Oh, yes, I do. What do we need for the Omnium? That's the one that we really care about. LUV. Okay, so we should have a spare ZPM hatch, so we'll just put that in there and that should be fine. Need a t-shirt to find that t-shirt print again and get one. It is quite a cool concept. Okay, so where am I putting the inputs and everything here? I guess we put... What do we need for the inputs for this? Just distilled water and polychlorinated biphenyl. I've got 8,128 buckets of distilled water. Now, we are making more distilled water. But we're making it in here. And I'm not sure... Wait, am I not... Oh. That's the mixer. I'm looking in the wrong place. I was wondering, wait, that's not where I'm making distilled water. That doesn't make any sense. This is where I'm making distilled water. I was in completely the wrong side of my base. Now, is this being stored in the main ME system, or is this being stored... Yeah, that's being stored in the main ME system. This needs to be sped up. Because we're going to be using a lot of distilled water. This is currently only running at LUV. Oh, I've actually got 2 ZPM energy hatches. Perfect. If I just remove you and we'll put you there. So 8 buckets per second. That's not bad. That might be enough. Because we still also need this for, obviously, oil processing as well. I still don't really know what Temu or Timu or however it's pronounced actually is. I keep seeing adverts for it, and the adverts never really give me any indication of what they actually do. It's gone a lot shiny since you last visited. It's getting there. It's probably never going to get finished. Although maybe. Maybe we kind of extend my time on Twitch a little bit and get it actually get it finished. Right, what do we need to input into it? It's just one input, one output. So if we put the input there, output there, energy there. I need a stocking hatch. And an output hatch. I'm hoping that these still pass redstone signals through. They should do. Oh, wait, no, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Shit, I need to... That can't be the output hatch. I think I'm going to have to put the output hatch on the other side and the energy at the back instead. Because we need to be able to run a redstone signal up there to shut this off when we have enough. Right, so that needs to be the UV energy hatch. Put the wrong thing back. That needs to be the output hatch. Okay. Multi peer-to-peer. Give that some power. I'm surprised how few things I've blown up, by the way, with this. One thing I'm not sure about, actually, if we're using... Say we're producing... With these, we're producing 144 computational work units. Wait, no. Are we? Yeah, 144 computational work units with those. If we start researching something while that's also using them, I'm assuming it doesn't allow us to run both of them. It'll be one or the other. I'm assuming that's the way it's going to work. I'm starting to run out of machine controllers here. Right, and this is for PCB coolant. If we say 8,192 and start it again at 7168. Hey, Life, how you doing? That should be on. There we go, it's better. Monitor, we've already got them there. I'm running out of monitors as well. I'm running out of everything. And I'm not going to turn off my other coolant thing as well. I'll just leave that running. Right, okay, so this we need to input polychlorinated biphenyl and distilled water. And there we go. That should be making everything fast enough for what we need. Hopefully. While we were doing that, I really should have actually started crafting the stuff for this. That was a slight mistake on my part. So, hang on. Right, let me catch up. Right. I just aggravated. Neighbor kept you awake all last night. Girl didn't show to work today, so you went in for 3 hours. And the opening crew was all late, so the store was chaos while you were filling in the no-show. Then your property manager misread your complaint about your neighbor. I corrected her, and then you got home and played 7 days and rage quit after dying 4 times. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it was a good day. Quite, regardless of anything else, like even if I'm not in a particularly good place myself or anything like that, if you do ever need to talk, feel free and kind of vent. Feel free to message me on Discord. I may not be around a huge amount publicly, but I will always be there if people need me. So that'll be doing 16 recipes in... Okay, we probably didn't need this at UV. Now that I think about it, but that's fine. Yes, it was a Zeddic raid. How you doing, Sarge? I'm not much of a talker, Guitar London, but thank you. No, that's fair, Quiet. That's perfectly understandable. Right, okay, so what do we need here? Right, how many atomic casings do we need, first of all? I'm guessing lots. Oh, that is going to take a while. We are literally going to be here. Like, did I read that right as 232? Yeah, 232 atomic casings. Can I even make that? Yes. Okay, that's actually really not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It might take a while, but it's not as bad as I thought it'd be. Okay, cool. Right, well, that's the atomic casings crafting. For some reason I was thinking the case... Oh, no, it's the Omnic casings that use circuits. 45,242. Yeah, that would be a lot worse. That would be considerably worse. Wait, how much clean room glass did we need? I see. This is the thing. I have no kind of memory for stuff like this. I'll look at it. I'll see. Right, I need 45 clean room glass. Then I'll come out here and I'll think, how many did I need again? Like, I just will not be able to remember how much I need. Thankfully, that time I'm kind of repeating it in my head. But if I get distracted by anything in the middle of it, it's like, nope, that's not being remembered. 28 computer casings. So 25 more of those. We're going to be waiting a while for a lot of this stuff anyway, so we'll probably go through and see if there's any more quests we can kind of mop up while we're waiting. 35 advanced computer casings. So 29 more of those. Yeah, I appreciate the lurk, Sarge. All right. 28 high power casings. There's the computer casings done. Maybe this won't take as long as I thought. A lot of these things get like that. Like, I expect them, like, because it's like late game things, I kind of expect it to take forever to actually craft, and then it doesn't. Do I want to move this over a little way? I think I do want to move this over by a block. Just so we've got like a 3-block space between these. I guess we could, if we do it 2 more blocks over, would that center it? That will be the center of the chunk. You know what? Let's just center it on the chunk. Although, I don't think we don't need to do that, do we? No, we'll just leave it. We'll leave it there. Then we've got space down there if we need to space for anything else. I can't think what else we'll need down there, but I don't know. But now the more I think about it, I want it centered. I have to center it. That would be the center, right? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that would be the center. Maybe we will. Maybe once we have finished this, we will go through and do all of the actual building as well. Oh, are we done with the casings? How many casings did we need? I don't think it's going to take as long as I thought. 35. There was, I want to say 28 high power casings. Yeah. Yeah, 35 of those. We haven't got any of those yet. But that is because the trinaquid alloy is going to take forever. But that's okay. We are not in a rush. We do have a lot of building to do, though. If I want to get this... I think, given that this is going to be the last thing we do that I stream, at least for the foreseeable future, we may as well spend the time and finish the build. Like, before we finish, or even after we finish the pack. Like, technically finish the pack. I think it's going to be worthwhile doing. So we're going to do it, we'll do it properly. Yeah. 16 trinaquid alloy ingots in 40 seconds. When do we get to the last parallel hatch, by the way? Oh, technically we could make it now. Ooh. 250. Oh, that's not even the last parallel hatch, though, is it? There's the Giga parallel hatch that does 1024 recipes, and there's the Omega one that does 4,000 up to 4096. Yeah, I think we'll do that then. I think we'll I think we'll focus on getting the pack finished first, and then after that I'll spend the time to get the base finished. Even if nobody watches it, it'll at least be a nice way to finish. wonder if it's worth moving this over to the side over here. I don't know. This stuff's going to take forever. It's the trinaquid alloy dust that's taking the time, though, I think, more than anything else. Yeah, 15 seconds for 9 of them. It's a UV recipe, and we only have a UV hatch in there. I'm still in two minds about what to do about whether I want to increase the power storage or wait till we get to the Naquadah alloy, the large Naquadah reactor for it. We're still making considerably more than we're using the majority of the time, so... And everything was set up in such a way that these could run constantly, and we could probably double these and still have them run constantly without running out of fuel. Right, what's being... Is there anything left in here? Just the cobalt oxide. What do we end up with beryllium-wise? 4K. That's not terrible. We could probably put the... Oh, no, we went through the emerald anyway, didn't we? Got 194,000 raw... Wait, have I got 194,000 raw copper? Oh, God, because we get it from here, don't we? We get it when we do the radon salt. I wondered how we'd got hold of all that. Still got 34,000 crushed plutonium to process as well. No thorium, though, I don't think. No, we've gone through all the thorium, at least. Our berkelium supplies are still looking good, and we shouldn't need that for too much longer, honestly. Like, we really... I think I might have overdone it with the nuclear craft stuff. God, it's taking so long. All right, what else do we got to get ready for this? I'm assuming we're going to need a computation data reception hatch, and we're going to need to do another transmission hatch. I'm kind of working on the assumption here that the network switch can output to multiple things. I can combine any number of computation receivers into any number of computation transmitters. Yeah, okay, so we can transmit to more than one thing at once. Although I'm guessing we can't kind of share the... Like, use all the computation power on one thing and in another place. That would be a little bit daft. I can't imagine we can do that. Oh, we still need the crystal matrix frames, don't we? Those are going to take a while as well, because crystal matrix ingots... are slow as shit. And there's no quick way to make them, I don't think. Yeah, it's... Actually, wait, that's 54. I also need to make sure... There's a few things I'm probably going to need to upgrade as well. Argon, we probably aren't really getting enough of. We could do with upgrading this. I think this is running... constantly. I think we are making enough, yeah, to keep it running constantly. So we're getting a bucket of krypton every 50 seconds. Radon we're getting every... Radon doesn't really matter too much. We've got better sources of radon. Xenon we're not getting a ton of. Yeah, that's one of the things that's annoyed me. I want to double... Actually, that's reminded me. I wanted to double check this on... this version. Where is this? Actually, I don't even need to be over here, do I? Yeah, that minimum of 50 casings is horrible. Because it means you can only, I think you can only have up to about... oh, wait a minute. Oh. It seems to, I think it's ignoring that, because I think you can only have up to about like 10 or 11 input buses, so you can only have up to like 10 or 11 lenses in there before it starts complaining at you and not forming properly. It's kind of, obviously, I'm guessing you're not at that stage yet, but it's kind of frustrating when you get to a point where like your multi-block is too big, basically. Wait, why do I feel like this isn't getting anywhere? So we've got, it's crafting 45 of 216. Yeah, even then you still have a lot, don't you? The multi-blocks only come available at IV, I think, the earliest you can start making them. Oh, right, that won't be going down because it's putting 4 recipes in, but it's only able to do 1 at a time. I'm wondering if I can... I'm guessing I can't get a... I was hoping I had a 4 amp UV energy hatch available. Oh, I do have a 16 amp ZPM hatch. That should speed that up a little bit. Now we can run 4 recipes in parallel. So 4 recipes in 15 seconds rather than 1. Perfect. Okay. I do like the fact that we've still managed to keep these here despite not needing them for so long. Oh, actually, that's something I haven't set up yet, and I need to. I need to set up a shutoff for these, for all of these. Which means I'm going to have to... How am I going to do this? I guess we bring... that, and grab one of those. What actually, how does this work? If we put an emitter on top of this. Oh, that actually looks quite cool. Right, so if we say we want to keep just 400,000 ender pearls. Emit a redstone signal when it's below that. That shouldn't be emitting a redstone signal. We would then have to get a laser connected to those. Those are all connected, right? They were all connected anyway. Yeah, okay. So connect that to there. Grab a redstone input from that. So that needs that will need a redstone signal. And then what we need to do is grab one of those. And set that so it has a high signal. And then unfortunately, I need to go through and change all of these. Yeah, they shouldn't. They should now only receive prediction matrices when we are below 400,000 ender pearls. That way, it just means that these don't just keep running when they don't need to. Hey, Panda. How are you doing? And that one was just there for decoration anyway. Can't remember why we had that one there for decoration, but... Oh, right, I remember. Okay, so they should all stop receiving these. That's good. Now, if we wanted to change that, let's just say we change that to 500,000, which we may as well do. They should start receiving them again. Perfect. Okay, good. Hyper, because you have Red Bull and coffee. I mean, that seems like a reasonable reason. We are still... Oh, we're on the last 9 trinaquid alloy, though. I didn't mess that up by pausing it in the middle of it, did I? I think I did. Why is the trinaquid alloy doesn't appear to be working? It doesn't appear to be crafting for some reason. Oh, no, it is. Except it's only doing 16 in 40 seconds. Which means we've got 274 to do. That's not too bad. It's about 10 minutes. 10 minutes or so. Although we won't get the last few of them. But if I just do 9 of those, hopefully we'll craft those. I think I did waste a bunch of, like, a few things by pausing that in the middle of it. Which means, yeah, that's now got those, and it's completed the other ones. So now we've just got to wait for all of that to do, and then the Naquita alloy as well. As good as this thing is, it still feels really slow at the moment. Yeesh. You should probably have food. Yes, food is important. Make sure you have food. And what are we not able to do? Oh yeah, we're not able to do, because we're doing other stuff, we can't do the Ruridit and the rhodium plated aluminum palladium in there. And I'm guessing we're going to be missing those on both. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be waiting on all that stuff. That's fine though. Right. What else do we need to do? I'm guessing I won't be able to do a UV energy hatch either, because I wanted to upgrade my solidifier. Yeah, we're going to go ZPM hatch in there at the minute, and we definitely need that sped up. What would we be missing for a UV energy hatch? Trinium, PBI ingot, Storm Stadium is done in other ways. Samarium, Tritanium, Tritanium's fine. Samarium, how are we making Samarium ingots? Most of that's available. How are we making samarium ingots? I'm not sure, actually. Because if we're making that in the rotary hearth furnace, we can't do this. Where the hell's the samarium ingot? Yeah, it's done in the... Of course it's done in the rotary hearth furnace, so we can't upgrade that while we're waiting either. Yeesh. Okay, right. While we are waiting then, let's see what we can do quest-wise. Because we still got to get the rest of this completed. But yeah, even you said... When you said, Skitalin, earlier about completing the quests... they won't properly unlock using editing mode. It still won't complete the actual section. Like, unless there's something else I'm missing here, this will still not... It still won't let me consider it completed. Have I missed something then? Can anyone see a non-checked quest? Because that's still got the lock on it for me. Rio Punch Monster. I think I've had those before. They're quite nice. Like, a lot of the monster ones are actually really tasty. They're highly bad for you, but well, not everything else is properly checked. Like this, the only thing, the only dependency is the advanced integrated circuit. I even tried uncompleting that quest and then I had to cheat one of these back in again because we're no longer making these. But it wouldn't complete for me, and like unless there is something I've missed here, which is possible, but I'm not seeing it. If I have, if anyone else can see any quests that aren't checked, no, I'm not either. The majority of the quest book has been fine for me so far. The majority. There's just a few little bits like this. And this one as well, which also didn't complete. I didn't unlock because apparently I have not done one of those dependencies, even though that's completed, which is one of the dependencies, is that one. And that's completed. So I don't know, it's annoying. A bunch of things in here we haven't quite done yet. A lot of this is probably just going to be checkmark quests that I haven't checked. Oh, sandstone. Don't have any sandstone. There we go. And then quartz sand. I don't even get quartz sand. Is that... Am I right in thinking that's macerating... Yeah, just macerating sand. Do I have a macerator anyway? Wait, I saw one. There it is. Okay, there's quartz sand. It seems to be the bits that are less important, like the things like the why is that bone dust and clay dust? Clay is a dependency for that. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's processing lines done. Thank you, S2. But yeah, there are a lot of very there we go. janky things with the quest, but like just little bits and pieces here and there, but it's enough to be annoying. Doesn't take away from the enjoyment of the pack, just like it's usually just these bits where I get to the end, because I tend not to pay huge amounts of attention to quest books anyway. But there are certain ones, but like things like this where we're going through and just mopping up all the additional quests. A little frustrating. The Nether Star, I have that issue, although that issue wasn't really with the Nether Star ones. It's just all of them, in order to complete them all, you had to make this for me. Like, none of them would complete until I'd made this. So I just left them all until, like, now. And then we had to make this yesterday. And that got all of those checked off for me. That's 256k. All right, what else do we need? ME conduits. There we go. All right, what are we still missing? Mega crafting. I have absolutely no use for this. But it's relatively cheap, so. Oh, no, except we can't do the... We're not going to be able to do that because the black steel needs the rotary hearth furnace. God damn it. How are we getting on with that anyway? That's the last 24, 22 tri-aquid alloy ingots. Those are almost done. I'm kind of curious how backed up the these are. Oh, they're not at all, actually. Yeah. I mean, that second one was definitely worth it. Like I say, I thought they were all bugged as well, but I think it was just you needed to have certain things completed for these, like the higher tier ones, and then it was just a bit of a mess. There we go, right, there's the mega crafting units. We're still not done, apparently. What are we still missing? There was a packing tape one. There we go, yeah. ME packing tape. Which we had nothing for. There we go. ME packing tape. Okay, there's still something we're missing here. What are we still missing? It is weird. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the quest book definitely needs to be worked on before it's finished. Before they release a finished thing. Ah, energy cell. I have held so many energy cells. Oh, there we go. We've got our first 16. See 3 quests now. There we go. That's completed all of those. Oh, yeah, the Ascended Inscriber. We never bothered doing that, did we? Ah, of course it needs to be done in an assembler, doesn't it? Hey, now we're getting through the atomic casings pretty quickly. Okay, there's the advanced inscriber, or extended inscriber, rather. And then the 1 mil mega cell, which we haven't needed these at all either. Okay. Everything there is craftable. Although we're going to do it in this recipe because it's cheaper. Not that it makes much difference now. I'm assuming that's in a no circuit assembler again. Will the parallel control hatch feel that several crafts are going on? How does it work? Basically, the parallel control hatch will basically try and run recipes in parallel. So say you've got like when it overclocks, rather than overclocking a lot of the time, it will just run as many recipes in parallel as the control hatch and your energy levels will permit. So say you've got a recipe that takes like an LV recipe that takes 32 EU per tick. You have an EV energy hatch in there, and say a 4 times parallel hatch. It will run 4 recipes in parallel as basically as fast as it can. It will prioritize parallelized recipes over, I believe it'll prioritize parallelized recipes over higher tier recipes. Yeah, basically, guitar them. So if it has enough to run more recipes, it will. But it will obviously it will not go over the power usage. So say you've got an EV energy hatch in your machine and the recipe runs at EV, like the parallel hatch won't do anything. It will still only run one at a time. But if it's an HV recipe, it can run up to 4 of them at a time, basically. Or however many the hatch will allow. It's kind of it's hard to explain, but hopefully it does make some kind of sense. Please tell me it makes some kind of sense, because it often doesn't when I say stuff. What am I missing? Chat, what am I missing? I don't see anything that I'm missing here. Hopefully, best thing is to just experiment. Like it's kind of hard to like without like concrete examples. But the one thing to remember though is that it will prioritize running more recipes in parallel over running fewer recipes faster. Because it's more efficient that way. What only required 44 atomic casings? Oh right, yeah, we can do these now as well, can't we? The simulation supercomputers. Well, we could. We need blocks of omnium for it, so we need to get the subatomic digital assembler sorted first. But these can run recipes at a higher rate, and they do have a higher output based on tier as well. So we will be running this at say UHV, and I believe they can have parallel hatches in them as well. Yeah. So you could run these at a significantly faster rate, which we will want to do soon. Ooh, Now, do I want to request another heart of the universe? How... Okay, now that is just missing. Why is that just missing now? Okay, yeah, now it has just gone, it seems. There's currently no recipes running. Tier 10 miner's there. The tier 8 miner has just gone again. Okay, now I really don't know where it is. Like, there are no recipes running as far as I can tell. Why? Now why have you decided to be an absolute asshole? Can remove that now. Yeah, okay, so the microminer that we thought we'd lost last time... Oh, shit! No, okay, I'm cheating that back in. I think I know why we lost it. I think. If it's the reason I think it is, I'm cheating it back in. And I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. Basically, when I started this recipe running yesterday for the Universal Collapse device, it would have sent out the microminers for, I think, the Hadal shards. And please let me know if you feel like this is wrong to cheat this back in. Like, send it out for the Hadal shards. It couldn't complete the recipe because at the time I didn't have the UHV energy hatches on. I didn't want to upgrade those until I was back on stream. So I closed the world down. When I reopened the world, the unfinished request was gone. And with that unfinished request, all of the items left over in kind of holding, I'm guessing, got voided. And the microminer appears to be one of those things that was voided. I could be wrong about this. I was wrong before about what happened to it. So I don't want to do that just yet. Yeah, that seems fair, Guitardon. Yeah, if we find an extra one later, because like this is clearly not running. There is no miners in the pattern buffer. There is no miner in there. That's where it would have been if the broken one had come back. I feel like that should have... Right, what happens to if items have been used within a recipe and that recipe gets kind of voided or cancelled? I would have thought that the items would have been put back into the ME system, but I guess that doesn't happen when you leave the world when a recipe is still running. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cheat that back in. Like, it's not the most difficult thing in the world to craft. It's just a pain in the ass. Like, I know they're supposed to go back into the system if a recipe is cancelled. I don't know. I don't know how it would have how that could have happened, but it's obviously not there. You know, I'm going to cheat one in, but I'm going to make another one as well. Because I do want to have a second one, just in case we do need it for anything else. Wait, what? Right, we are just about ready to do the subatomic digital assembler as well. All right, so... hopefully we shouldn't need to do the repairing on these for too much longer. Right, I'll tell you what, I'll just craft the extra one I was going to craft for now anyway. And then we'll... if we don't find the other one later, we'll cheat the other one back. We'll cheat one back in. If it doesn't show up for whatever reason. Right, what do we still need for these? 24 crystal matrix frames. Which, of course, we don't have the recipe ready for yet. Let's... right, crystal matrix frames. I hate having to cheat things in like that, but it's kind of, I guess it's kind of my own fault for not finishing the craft before I close the computer down. Because I wanted to make sure I did it on stream. How many do we need? 24? 24. Oh, we still need the Naquita alloy ones as well. 24 of those, and... how many Naquita alloy frames? 9. I hate having to cheat things in like that, because it just feels, even if it's for legitimate reasons, it still feels cheaty. You would think so, but... I don't know. I've never really had any experience with closing a world down in the middle of a craft before. So everything had basically finished with it. It was just all of the items were just sat in the assembly line. That was the problem. Also, we still didn't find what I was missing on this. I can't see any unfinished quests. That's got to check. That has. They're all... here we go. Extended interface. Of course, it has to be done in an assembler. Hopefully, we shouldn't have to wait for this one. Oh, we got the data transmission and reception hatches as well, didn't we? I forgot about those. Maybe we are using the assembler. Didn't think we were, though. Am I using the assembler at the moment? No. Oh, because I put it in no circuit. It's circuit 4. Circuit 2. I do have a circuit 4. Good. let's cancel that one. And try again. There we go. And there's the matter energy questline completed. Fantastic. Okay. So we're still waiting on the Naquadah alloy frames and the crystal matrix frames. I'm assuming this is probably going to be going through the crystal matrix at the moment. Yep. What are we waiting on for everything else? So for that, we're waiting on microversium and crystal matrix. That we're just waiting on the Naquadah alloy. That shouldn't take long to do. Yeah, we're just waiting on the rotary hearth furnace at the moment. That's the only thing. I'm still debating whether it's worth making a second one of these. Seems like overkill, but at the same time, it also doesn't. It would also take a while to make the 96 tritanium coils we'd need to make. That would take forever. Oh, and we're also crafting the warp engines as well. I could actually have taken all of the items for this from the assembler down at the bottom. Hey, there we go. Right, we've got a crystal matrix plated micro leviathan slayer back again. We've got 6 of our Naquadah alloy frames, 3 to go. Ah, yes. Hey, Larvy. I'm pretty sure I've gone whole streams with that there and nobody's actually claimed it. Banana Pillow. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Okay. We are just waiting on a bunch more crystal matrix frames. I think we can start getting this together. Since we're waiting for stuff, we may as well just manually put this together. All right, I've actually got that slightly wrong about how that was going to be. Let's clear this out. Okay. Okay, I'm doing it again. They don't need to go at the bottom, Chach. They need to go up the top. Okay, those casings are actually kind of cool. I have to admit. I quite like that casing. Microwave chicken pot pie was not bad. Alright, so that's the base. We still need to put the energy hatch and the data transmission hatch. And then the data transmission hatch, we kind of want to go here. Oh, sorry, the data reception hatch, rather. We kind of want to go there. We'll do the energy hatch at the back. All right, what else do we need to put in here? This is actually kind of a nice structure. Okay, that should all be fine. We will put the input and the output at the front of here, I guess. I think we only ever get items out of this, so we're never going to need a hatch, I think. Yeah. Do we ever... Nothing that goes in here ever actually gets consumed, does it? Oh, except for the stellar creation data. Most things... So if we just make a ULV import bus... Like, mostly this is just going to be used for making Omnium anyway, I think, for the time being. It's a kind of a large structure just for, literally just for making one thing. Could eat pie crusts just by themselves all day. Pie crusts are quite nice. As long as the pastry's, like, decently made. Although maybe not from a microwave. I don't know if I'd want to do it from a microwave. Because like things like kind of pastry and microwaves tend to get somewhat soggy. Right, so it was there. I think there, is it? There's 3 blocks in between them. I could do this with just the, yeah, it's 3 blocks in between. I could do this with the terminal, but where's the fun in that? Right, so computer casings, and we need those, and we're going to need those. So computer casings are there. I think the advanced computer casings go in there. And then I think the rest is just atomic casings. Oh no, that sucks. How much time have you spent knitting it so far, Bobo? Okay, so next one, we've got the advanced casings. We're just missing the frames in the middle. I think, right? That's the only thing we're missing on this. Yeah, everything else is there. That's that. Do we have glass at the... We don't have glass at the front, do we? No, there's no glass at the front. But there is around the other 3 sides. Yes. Okay, and what was the rest of this layer like? The front... just filled... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait. This needs to be like that, doesn't it? Is that right? I really should be doing this with the terminal, but I think that's right. So yeah, that goes kind of stair steps across there. No, we're missing... I'm confused here. Did I not make this big enough? I feel like I didn't make this big enough. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I didn't make this big enough. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I made it too small. God damn it. I mean, that bit of the back's still fine. Hey, mate, Wiz, how you doing? All right, what do we need? Input bus there. Output bus there. And that should be good. And then this goes like that. Except those need to be removed. And then this, I think... should be like that. That looks a bit more like it. Yeah, 2 there, 3 across the front, 2 like that. Yeah, okay, that looks more like it. All right, so the next one up, basically just the same, except we have that like that. There we go. And then 3 of those across there. Have I left myself enough room height-wise for this? Holy shit. Yeah, we should be fine. Yeah, we got plenty of space. We're fine. The next one up. Okay, this looks like it should pretty much just be... copied up. Oh my god. Stop breaking the wrong things, Church. Okay. And then is this just the same for the next few layers? Yeah. Okay, so we just... I think it was basically up to the top of that, so 2 more layers of the same thing. And then it looks to be the same thing from the bottom mirrored. Oh, wait, am I wrong? Because I'm going to be a couple of things short if I am. Yeah, I'm a couple of computers casings short. Have I added extra computer casings in somewhere that I didn't mean to? Or did I just not make enough? Oh no, there's just 2 left in there. Okay. That explains that. And then frames. Okay, and then it's just the top. Wait, was it? Wait. The top looks different. Does that come all the way out to the front? Yeah. This is going to be wrong, by the way. I can guarantee that I will have missed something here somewhere. If it works first time and forms first time, I will be shocked. Okay, I'm 2 casings short. So... have I messed this up somehow? I wish you could... is there a way to pan this? There's not, is there? How am I 2 casings short? Where are those... oh, wait, have I missed some inputs or outputs on here? I could always just add some random output hatches. I got the energy hatch. Doesn't accept a parallel hatch. I got an input bus, got an input hatch, got the computation data reception. I feel like I've... the problem is, like, I don't want to make more case... oh, wait, hold on. One of them's there. I don't want to make more casings if I don't need to. If I've just screwed up here somewhere. V, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it, man. Should be a 3x3 there. Okay, that's fine. Hey, Tyler. It's going okay. I'm trying to build multi-blocks in awkward ways. Rather than actually using the automated way of doing this. I definitely made enough like, atomic casings, right? Like, I know I made enough. I know I made what it said there. So my only guess is that I have fucked up somewhere. But I can't see how or where. Hey, Weasel, thank you for the bits. We'll make one more atomic casing. It's not like we're not going to need them later anyway. We are absolutely going to need more atomic casings. Just have to wait for the trinaquid alloy again. I feel there's going to be something. I'm surprised there's no maintenance hatch on here or anything like that. I guess it is a custom one, so they don't always have maintenance hatches. Or parallel hatches, actually. Looks fine, though, otherwise. Oh, well, it formed. First time as well. Hell yes. Me Weasel with... how about, I don't even know, 531 bits. Holy shit, thank you so much, man. You are far too kind. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? Right, how many optical cables are we going to need? Let's just get however many we actually need to get rather than making too many. It's annoying that we've got that there. I guess because we need to get to here. I guess we can just bring it down and underneath there and across like that. So that should be 24, right? We should at least be able to keep up with the cooling now. Right, let's see. Oh, wait, no, we're going to need one more than that, aren't we? Fuck. You know what, let's just make another 8. Because we're going to need to replace this with another computation transmission hatch. Has that changed the power usage? Nope, still ZPM. Would it be any more... I think I'd prefer to bring it out and back this way instead. I think that'll look a little nicer. Not that it makes a blind bit of difference out here, but... Right, one thing I would like to know. Right, how do we do... Is it like that for... Oh, no, it's for 3. Oh, please tell me that will connect. It does. Okay. Right, now, moment of truth. Is this going to work? New hobbies send just wild statements to it. I mean, to be fair, I can't imagine the kind of things that you would consider to be wild statements, given some of the random fucking links you send me from, usually from Instagram. Like just random videos. All right, we should probably hook this up to everything else as well. Not very hard at all, honestly. Okay, right, so... Wrong place. Let's make a 16K drive. Oh, right, I've still got to give power to this thing. Haven't I? I made a fluid cell, didn't I? I didn't mean to make a fluid cell. Some of them are very random, though. It's like some of them I have to wonder, like, why, like, what it was that you kind of saw in it that made you think, I know, I'll send that to Chach. Quite often it's just stuff to do with like British people in general. Quite a few Minecraft videos. Some of them are really cool, actually. I just tend not to respond to them because usually you send them when I'm half asleep, or usually I read them when I'm half asleep. Right. Time for infinite omnium. Or not quite. Well, an infinite supply of omnium. Oh, wait, shit. Let me at least name that. It actually didn't take as long as I thought it would to go from our first omnium ingots to this. Right, so we need to give this power. Only LUV power, but I wonder if this overclocks, actually. I doubt it. I actually hope it doesn't, because if it does, I might have problems. So if it overclocks and starts needing more computational work units, that might be an issue because we can't supply it. I never actually thought how this would overclock. Right, so what do we need circuit-wise for this? Circuit 1. I think it's overclocking. Holy shit. Oh, that's so nice. I'm pretty sure it's overclocking though, which I'm not sure is a oh shit. I'm not sure is a good thing or not. Because if it's trying to use more computational work units than we can supply, oh no, it doesn't look like it uses more computational work units. But it will just depend on how much we supply it. We turn that back on. It's the thing that's confusing me is the fact that it's going between running perfectly and idling. Oh, look at that. Oh, do you realize how long it would have taken to make this many omnium ingots? If we just crafted them. The British ones, you know, will make you sigh or laugh. Usually sigh or groan. Pretty much, V. When you were working on Charlie, you were going between units. When you barely heard two other COs casually talking about raid DPS on their mains on WoW, and I wasn't prepared for that. Well, you didn't think people in that line of work would be gamers? Is that it? Right, fuck. I need this to drop below whatever amount I set as the minimum. So I can see if we're keeping up. Oh, but that's so nice. Oh. And we can set this to shut off when we have enough omnium, basically. I mean, this is incredibly nice to have this much omnium. Right, so the reason we need this much omnium, and I think actually what I might do before we do this is see if I can make the stabilized microminers. Because the reason we want the stabilized microminers, by the way, is there's certain microminer missions. Let's look at the tier 8 ones, for example. Certain microminer missions return damaged microminers. In fact, all of these ones return damaged microminers, which basically means that if you want to use it again, you then have to repair it, which goes through this whole process, which may or may not take resources. So you kind of, the stabilized variants will give you one that will never come back damaged. It will always be fine and can just be used straight away again. You weren't prepared to see so many nerdy people? That's the world nowadays, I think. There's a lot of nerdy people out here. Already over 1,200 Omnium ingots. And this is barely using any power at all. It's using, like, only 16... Actually, I think I could actually turn off all but one of these. Because they don't actually need to be running. Actually, I'm going to do that. I'm going to put 4 more of these on here. I'm going to have levers next to them. And then we can turn them all off individually. So if we turn 3 of those off, it will use significantly less coolant and should still run at the same speed. Although why the speed is going down, I don't know. Or why the time is going down, I have no idea. Hey Fish, how you doing? Am I going to kick out of what just happened? What just happened? Quiet. Hiding in plain sight. It's just sometimes it takes seconds to see how many of them are around you. Exactly. Oh, well, how am I? I'm doing okay. Yeah, now that we're not using as much, like that's going down considerably slower. And then when we do need them for other things, we can just flick those levers and turn them on again. But there we go. 1,800 Omnium in a matter of seconds. I'm going to get rid of all the other Omnium recipes we have because we don't need that. And we don't need that. Thanks, this guy just knocked on your door. He had a brush and a glass cup in his hand and said, "Spider." But I have a guinea pig you want. Oh dear. Sorry, I completely missed that in chat, didn't I? I do apologize. I've been kind of so caught up in what I'm doing. Wait, is that going slower though? That might be going slower. Hold on. Does it actually go faster with more computation units? Right, so let's see. Like that's what we're getting at the moment. So what, 7 or so every roughly 3 seconds? 64, 78, 14 or so. Oh yeah, so it does actually go faster the more computation work units you give it. Interesting. I do really want to see if we're actually keeping up with the coolant as well. Right, now that we have a almost limitless supply of Omnium, I do actually want to... I'm going to get at least the tier 8 miner stabilized. I want to see if I can... Can I request that? I'm missing sapphires still. This was an issue I had before as well. We have got a few flawless and exquisite sapphires, but not too much else. Okay. I've got 650 raw sapphire as well. Am I putting I'm assuming I'm putting these sapphires through here. Yeah. What did I need the sapphire for anyway? And the fact that it's still missing the Darm Stadium. I don't understand. Because we can make that. I think I do actually need to set up a... No, there's nothing that returns Darm Stadium except the Darm Stadium the Darm Stadium recipe. What do we even need the liquid Darm Stadium for? Oh, I wonder if I still have the recipe. No, I was gonna say, I wonder if I still have the recipe in the fusion reactor, but I don't even have it there anymore. Yeah, but that would have been the Darm Stadium there. That's been removed. We've got 4,836 Darm Stadium dust, and that is what we're using. Sorry, no, we're using the ingots, aren't we? We're smelting it into ingots. Oh, that's the problem. We've got one where we're solidifying liquid Darm Stadium into ingots and one in the furnace. So if I should just need to get rid of that, and it should be okay. I do need to make sure I request a bunch more of that, though. But I'd rather do that once we have the stabilized... Oh, wait, no, we don't need to stabilize that one, do we? Okay, then while we're waiting, let's just do... we shouldn't need to do that. Okay, right, hold on. So I'm going to need to go on a break in a minute. I want to get something started. There we go. Right, we should have everything we need there. Oh, no, before we do this, UV energy hatch. I'm going to do a 4 amp UV energy hatch for this and hope that it's a problem. Or hope that it's not a problem. Does it matter which fridge Ruby finds her way back to? Quiet. I mean, there's a good chance she might find her way back to Guitar Lillin's fridge. Right, so once we've got the 4 amp UV energy hatch in there, that should make the hydrogen processing a little better. Once we've got veggies, she'll sniff it, I'm sure. Actually, what might be an idea to do as well is see if we can do the super parallel hatches. Or at least for that. Because the more we can do in one go, the better. I can't remember. Do I need the fluids left in these? can't remember. No, I do not. Okay. Right, okay, so that and that. And that is the crafting table recipe. There's the hatch. This might take a minute to craft. I'm not sure. We'll see. I don't think we need this solidifier for anything right now. There we go. That should now run at UHV. How's the Omnium doing? Oh, only over 5,000 Omnium. So nice. And Tritanium is, once again, the thing that's going to take the time. Right, I think we're going to have to do one more fusion reactor. And passive Tritanium. Because Tritanium does take a little bit of time. I guess we could upgrade these. I think we can upgrade these all to UV hatches. It might also be an idea to run the ME cables up all the way up the side and power these ones as well, but I don't think that makes a difference at any point besides heating it up in the first place. Come on, just give me that one parallel hatch, and then we can start another Heart of the Universe going. And then we can, well, like I think we only need, well, there's 4 that can be stabilized. I think we're really only using these 3. And if we can stabilize those, that'll be fantastic. So over the next few days, we'll probably be getting a bunch of stabilized microminers. And yeah, once we've got that, next things we're going to have to work towards are going to be the Omnic Forge, the Omnic Coils, which we need for a few things, and then the large Naquita reactor. Come on, hurry up. We're going to be here for a minute or two. I love the fact that we're in very much into endgame now, and we're still sitting at 19 milliseconds per tick. I do love Greg Tech for that. All right, what else have we still got to finish? Fission and fusion. We still need the fusion reactor Mark III. Everything, that's the only thing that we haven't done yet on here, I think. Oh, and the plasma turbine. No, it means it's something to do with me. It just means that Greg Tech is very well optimized. What's happened, Guitar Lil, what's it not doing that it's supposed to be? Still a bunch of things on here we can't complete yet. What were we still missing on late game? Oh, the tier 4.5 microminer. This was another one of the ones that would come back damaged, wasn't it? This might be one that we want to use as well at some point. You know I don't do taking compliments, Quiet. You know this. We still need to do the Mega Alloy Blast Smelter as well. Oh, come on. We've got to be almost there. So the item's in, but it's not working. It has coils. Have you set... is this a new... is this an EBF? I'm assuming based on the coils. Oh, the ABS. Does it have the right circuit? That's the only other thing I can think of. If it has the right power and everything else, it's usually the circuit. ABSs can be a bit finicky though. I've found. Come on, just give me my parallel hatch so I can start this going. As IV, big enough coil. And right channel number. What is it you're trying to make? I made your first stack of most from Omnium this Sunday. GG. It's a nice feeling, isn't it? It takes a fucking long time, but it's a nice feeling. Ah, okay, there you go. Perfect. We're almost done. I want to get this done before I go on a break so I can start the next half of the universe going. Try to make Lumium. Ah, okay. I really should have been doing things like Lumium, I think, in the ABSs to begin with. I always did them through the EBFs, and I don't think it's the best way early on. Lovely. Currently making the tier 8 microminer for Hadal shards. Nice. I might have to completely move my all of this onto its own floor. I don't know which floor that will be. We do still have one side that's completely unused right now. But we're going to have a bunch of things that will be passively crafting from microminers, I think. But this is a nice feeling as well. Having just silly amounts of Omnium. After doing that, after making the pain of making that first stack or so, didn't feel like doing an EBF. Oh, fair enough. Like with anything with this, like if it works, that's the only thing that matters. Where is that even? Are we waiting on? Oh, I know why that's going to be taking its time. You're going to be filled up, aren't you? But you're not. Where is it? There it is. Where are they? Have we gone through them already? Are they done already? Oh, they're already done. Okay. 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 Thank you for letting me know. I'll try not to read it before I finish the stream, because if I do, then I'll end up forgetting about it after the stream. I do like the fact that we've still got this here, although I feel like it's not big enough. It needs to be like 1 block higher, I think. All right, are you done yet? You're done. Okay, perfect. Right, that's our first super parallel control hatch. I'm kind of curious. That was not what I meant to break. You are what I meant to break. You know, it's going to be quick to just type that in. Right, let's see. Heart of a universe. Let's just request one of you. 20,000 solidified hydrogen. That's just one screen. It can't input quickly enough. Oh, that's so nice. It's using a shitload of power. It's using 1 million EU per tick, but well, the size, we can set the size. And also flip it as well, apparently. Yeah, you can set the size on it. So if we set that to, we've got 5 to 8 at the minute. We could, I'm kind of curious. It's a little bit too big, but yeah, you can set the size as you require. I think we've actually cut a little bit of the bottom off. Yeah, we've cut a tiny bit of the bottom off. It's already not quite high enough. I don't know if I can store the settings either when I move it. One thing we do want to do, and holy shit, that's gone through 15,000 in no time at all. Oh, that's so nice. What mod's that from? Water frames, apparently. I don't know. There might be a copy paste. No, doesn't look like it. Yeah, I can copy and paste this, I guess. That should be the right one now, right? I wonder if this causes any lag. How did I censor that before? Ah, there we go. Oh, right, yeah, we had a... I think we had to change the brightness. Oh, yeah, perfect. That's not quite right. Hold on. There we go, that's a bit more like it. Now we can see the whole thing. How you doing, Al? You think it's probably jammed it, you think, when working on your car? All the secret advertising. Yes, it's subliminal advertising. You can't actually see it, but it's you know it's there. Oh my god, that was so quick going through that hydrogen. That took around about like 15 minutes last time. Anyway, guys, I need to go and take a short break. If you have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a moment. Tired as always, me. Pretty much the same. I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. How far through are we? Currently working on neutronium. Ooh. Are we at a point where we can get neutronium any easier yet? We still need the stellar creation data. That's the thing that... Actually, that's not that bad, you know. We also need argon plasma as well. Which actually really isn't that bad. Have we got any other ways of making argon itself? No, just distilling liquid air. Which we might want to speed this up. Like, it's currently only running at EV, so we're only getting 500 millibuckets every 50 seconds. So we kind of want to speed that up. And thank you for the welcome backs as well. Yeah, hydrogen has dropped significantly. We was at 500,000 buckets before, but that was bound to happen. We just used 20,000 buckets of it. It's going up at a decent rate. How are we doing? Oh, we're actually on... We're crafting the universal collapse device. And then after that, that's it. And it is in the process of crafting. That does take 200 seconds, unfortunately. But that's fine. Okay, that's actually not going to take anywhere near as long as I thought it would. Cool, right. We're only going to do one of these. We're only going to do one of them today. We're only going to do the tier... the tier 8, I think. Whichever one gives us the Hadal shards. Yeah, the tier 8. Ooh, corrupted universe data is something we might want to look at doing as well. We do need the tier 4 microverse projector, though. We've only got tier 3 right now. Matter circuit board. A helical fusion reactor. I really want that. I really want this. Because, holy shit, it's... A, it looks fucking awesome. And B, it would be incredibly useful to have. The only thing is, how are we going to fit this in one chunk? It's like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30, 20, 23 blocks across. I don't think we're getting that in one chunk, unless we rotate it and stick it on its end. Which we could do. I think we can rotate it so it's kind of on its side. I'd have to double check, but if we could... Has that sent out the mission yet? No, it's still still doing that. If we could have it in, like, have one in the center of here, just going upwards. That would be nice. I think one of the next things we need to do, though, after we've got this Heart of the Universe, we need to make another fusion reactor and get tritanium. Passively crafting. Be nice if there was a way of getting... Oh, that we can get tritanium dust from the ruined hulls. That takes the tier 11 microminer, though, which we don't have. And shattered universe data, infinity catalyst, neutronium drills. Yeah, that's not happening yet. And UEV power as well, and a tier 4 projector, so we're not getting that yet. But tritanium is one of the things that just takes so long to craft. So we're going to set up a... Like geranium we are making anyway. So having this, how much geranium do we have at the minute? 396 buckets. Yeah, like making tritanium, like passiving tritanium is going to be an incredibly good idea. So that's the next thing we're going to work on. I'd like to wait until this is finished. It looks like it has sent the mission out. It has indeed. Fan-fucking-tastic. That does take, what, 300 seconds, though? So that's going to take a little bit. Okay, so fusion reactor, we may as well start that now. Fusion reactor Mark II. When can we make the Mark III? Oh. Now, technically. Does it have anywhere that it suggests making the fusion reactor Mark III? Or do we just wait for this? Ooh, I don't know. I can't see the Mark III fusion reactor anywhere. That's why we can do any fusion recipe, notably giving you access to neutronium. The multi-block layout is the same as the Mark 1 and 2, with the same hatch and casing substitutions permitted. Obviously, though, this one uses fusion machine casings Mark 3 and only works with UV energy hatches. The Mark 3 fusion reactor has an energy buffer of 640 million EU. Right, so is there anything else we specifically need this for? Because we could make this now. Whether it's worth it or not, what it might be worthwhile doing is the ones that we have, the Mark II ones we have at the moment, if we switch those out for Mark IIIs and just basically switch the casings and the energy hatches over. We can do all the recipes in that. I wonder if we just switch it over to the two Mark IIIs, would that be fast enough, I wonder? Oh, we can make Einsteinium in here, in the tier 3 as well, which is berkelium and californium. You'll have them soon enough, Guitar, and trust me. You will have plenty of them. Yeah, if we upgrade it to the UV, that'll double the speed, but that's not really all that much use. Oh, how can we get in a quadria? Enriched Naquita, and yeah, that's not really worthwhile. Americium, Darmstadium, Geranium. Geranium, we can also get the ores, can't we? Is it from dolomite? Yeah, dolomite will also get us little bits of europium as well. And then the dolomite itself will get electrolyzed into more geranium and chlorine. And there's our heart of the universe. Beautiful. Our second heart of the universe in one day. Beautiful. I think we actually want to go with the Mark III fusion reactors. We are going to need 32 UV energy hatches, though, for this. I keep wanting to look at... I keep seeing the one... the alert for Discord on the bottom, and I want to keep wanting to check it, but at the same time I don't, because I want to check it later, so when I can actually read it. Oh, this is going to take forever, isn't it? Because we're going to have to swap everything over at once. if we're going to do 2 of these, I mean, they're not actually that bad in terms of what we need to craft them. Research, we just need to do the fusion reactor Mark II. And we can do neutronium in these. That's the thing. One of the things I'm kind of very curious about what the recipe is for that. I was trying to find it and then I got sidetracked. Liquid uranium from gold and aluminum. Oh, that's basically free. Holy shit. Iron plasma, helium plasma, neutronium. There we go. Americium and naquidar. Let's make 32 millibuckets. So that's 4.5 recipes per ingot. It might still be easier to use the microminers, honestly. So 4.5 of these, so yeah, that's quite a lot of americium and naquidar to make the neutronium. Okay. Anyway, let's get our microminer stabilized. We still haven't found the other one yet, by the way. Right, what else do we need? 2 Hadal shards, 8 UV field generators, and 14 dense iridium plates. As well as liquid neutronium, liquid omnium. Okay, we may as well make a recipe for this. We don't need research, though, right? No, okay. We're going to have to change over the recipes we have that use the tier 8 microminer as well. All right, so we need recipe for the liquid omnium as well. Which is fine. And the dense iridium plates. How's our omnium doing, by the way? 17,000. We can probably shut that down now. We do need to do 2 recipes for this, though. Or 3, rather. I still haven't figured out a way to have this working with all of these additional, like with the 2 things here for the blocking mode to work. I can't think of a way to turn this off when this one requests a recipe and turn this off when this requests a recipe. I haven't thought of a way to do that yet. Only thing I can potentially think of is separate them out slightly and have a... That won't even work. I don't know. I've honestly got no idea how I'm going to fix that. It's not something that becomes an issue very often, but it still becomes an issue. One thing I will say, I feel like the assembly lines are poorly thought out. Right, it's not going to try and craft the tier 8 microminer for this, is it? Oh my god, there's so much stuff. It's not going to try and craft the tier 8 microminer. That's what I just want to make sure it's not going to do that. And it's going to actually use the one that we have in stock. Only I can't find it. To craft 2? Oh, for the Hadal shards, I guess. I need to remove that crafting recipe, don't I? Just for now. Because we don't want it to accidentally use the recipe for this. This is why I didn't want to have the recipe in there in the first place. Is there a way to completely remove this? It's probably an easier way of doing this. In fact, I'm pretty sure we found one before. But that's fine. That works. Right, let's just try and see. I knew that was going to be a problem. Right, what does it actually need to... Let's just craft all the things first and make sure they're all available. So... We just need the 2 Hadal shards. Wait, I have 2 Hadal shards. Okay, let's just craft everything. Oh, right, it needs the neutronium, doesn't it? Yes, it needs neutronium. Can we do the better missions for the neutronium yet? Yeah, we should be able to do this mission now. Let me switch that out. Well, we're going to have to change this again in a moment. Yeah, let's switch this out for... Oh, that uses the tier 9. Okay. Oh, and that also uses the argon plasma. So we're going to have to make the argon plasma craftable as well. Which I don't currently believe it is. No, okay, let's make a recipe for the argon plasma then. Should be liquid magnesium and carbon. Are we going to have enough magnesium for this? That is a concern. We've got plenty of carbon, that'll be fine, but... we got 30,000. Hopefully that should be enough. All right, and... Wait, we can do this in the Mark II, right? Yes, okay. So let me just craft that and see if that works. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the argon plasma should be fine. So if we just... That's going to give us, what, 32 neutronium, right? Yeah. Should take 150 seconds. So if I just request a stack... Shit. Come on. What do I need the neutronium plates for? Oh, that sucks. Okay, so we're going to have the other recipe in there to get one more lot of those. And then we should be fine. So let's take that recipe out. Where are we? There we are. I'm going to have to do this recipe for now. Ah, damn it. I took the whole thing out. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Cycle that to there. I was hoping it would replace that further up, but it's... did not. Okay, let's move that to there. Remove that one. That should be fine. Okay, right. So if we just request 4 neutronium. Did that come back broken? I can't remember. Yeah, it does come back broken. But that should be all we need, just one of those. And hopefully after this, we won't need all of won't need these anymore to repair them. And we can get rid of those slowly. Right. But I've still got another, what, 15, 25 seconds? Do I want to shut off the Omnium yet? 21,000 is quite a lot. Given the fact that this has stayed above, has gone back up to the 8,000 or so we said it's a buffer at, tells me that should work. That shouldn't be a problem just leaving that running. Right, if I now change to that, and then we request 64 more neutronium, we're still missing 4 neutronium plates. 32. But I have neutronium there to make neutronium plates. Why are you being a pain in the ass? What do we even need neutronium plates for, anyway? What do I even need neutronium plates for? It's...
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, Quiet. Feel better soon. It's got to be the iridium neutron reflectors. Only the iridium neutron reflectors don't take neutronium plates. We've got the stellar creation data. So what is using the neutronium... what does it want the neutronium plates for? Have I somehow used this? Lost this as well? No, that's still there. I don't understand where it's... Where are the neutronium plates needed? Unless it's trying to make one of those, which it shouldn't be. It's got the harvest. It's got that one in there. Only the tier 3 and 4 ones. Where does it need... I am genuinely so confused here. I'm so confused. Oh, the Hadal energy cores. So why can you not make the neutronium plates? Oh, I guess the problem is it needs the neutronium plates. It's seeing as though it's going to get neutronium plates back from it. It's getting neutronium back from it, so it's not got those available to use. I don't fucking know. What the hell? Okay, let's just make... If we make 2 gravitational amplifiers. Well, you'll let me do that. Okay. Right, that should use up the 4 neutronium plates that we have. That will give us enough to make 64 neutronium. Honestly, I'm beginning to think that the fusion reactor is probably the way to go with this. It's going to be kind of expensive, but honestly not too bad. Really? Yeah, let's see if we can make the fusion reactor. I'm assuming we need a Mark II in order to research it. We are going to have to turn off the Omnium while we do that. Otherwise, we're not going to have the research data for it. Anaquita alloy and uranium. Whatever, uranium, rhodium dinaquidide, or whatever the hell it is. I was also doing the cryo... Oh, wait, did we run out of cryolobus? It was passively crafting. Oh, yeah, we ran out of cryolobus. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Right, okay, so while we're waiting for those, what do we actually want to do? What else do we need for this? The 8 UV field generators are going to take a while. I always feel like once you get to this stage of a pack, you always start to you start to lose track of what you have and what you don't have. And like which resources you're running out of, you don't know until it becomes a problem. I've still yet to find a reliable way of doing that. I do like the idea that I had initially, and I think when I play anything else at other times, I might try and do it. Basically have a little control room across here that just basically tracks everything. And we'll have a little light on them to say when they're getting low on that particular resource. But it will be a lot of work to set up. I'm going to guess our power usage is going to be quite high at the moment as well. 5 million, it's not too bad. Passiving everything. Well, everything is passive, but the problem is when I passive it, I don't always, I set it up at the speed it needs to be for my current usage of it. And then if I start to run low on something, I then speed up the process, speed up the creation of it. But you only know that once you start running low on it. Like, the reason I very rarely run into any power issues is because I don't just make everything as fast as possible. I keep things running at the speed they need to run at, rather than just making everything as fast as possible. And that tends to work out incredibly well. Oh man, crystal matrix. There's got to be a better way of making crystal matrix ingots. I'm playing this in a single player world, Bubble Brainer. This isn't on a server. This is entirely single player. Yeah, once we get to these, we can make these a little easier. Ooh, shiny powder mixture. Dusty inert powder and omnic acid dust. Ah, right. We need this for what? We need this for something. I'm just thinking, I'm trying to find quicker ways of making crystal matrix ingots, because at the minute our method of doing them is going through this stuff, the dense matrix mesh, which goes through like a compressor and a porous matrix mesh, and then all this other stuff. If we can just get straight to the crystal matrix dust, that would be good. We can't get to the ruined holes yet. We're a little, not too far off, but a little way off. And then there's the shiny powder mixture, which will also give it, as well as some inert dust, a little bit of petroleum dust and erothium dust. Infinity hammer. Can't imagine we're going to need that. There might be some stuff we need that for as well later, but being able to get crystal matrix dust is going to be so nice if we can get to that. Which takes liquid enriched naquadar, omnic acid dust. How do we get omnic acid dust? Motes of omnium, carbon dust. Oh, that's actually really easy. That's actually incredibly easy. Holy shit. Dusty inert powder is inert dust mixture. Okay, this is a little bit more involved. That's UIV. Inert clumps from inert dust mixture. Okay, so yeah, we can't get to that method yet then. God damn it. That's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but what are we still waiting on now for these? Abyssal energy cores. That's about it. Once we've got these, though, we can request another 64 neutronium. And then after that, we should be able to just kind of recursively request it if we need to. Which I think what I might do after the stream is request a little bit more and then AFK. The only thing is, I don't want to leave it in a situation where the same thing happened that happened this morning or after the stream yesterday, where I couldn't complete the craft for the what was it called? I can't remember what it's called. This thing. The universal collapse device. I couldn't complete the craft for it because I didn't... There we go, there's the two things. Right. Because I didn't have the... power for it, and I wanted to wait until I was on stream to be able to do it. There we go, that's better. I wanted to wait till I was on stream to be able to do it, but then because I closed the world down while the craft wasn't finished, the craft, it basically cancelled the craft. And we lost the microminer from it. At least that's my assumption for why we lost it. How am I doing for the war? Oh wait, have we got a better way of making Cryolobus yet? Like, is there any better ways at this point? Oh, manual in dust and... Oh yeah, that's not a better way of doing it though, is it? I think this is still the best way. Warden tendrils and that we could probably just do with upgrading the coils. Actually, how much of a pain are the Omnic coils? They'd be fine if it wasn't for the fact that each of them needs a fucking crystal matrix ingot. Oh no, sorry, 2 crystal matrix ingots. Oh, that's annoying. We've still got to make 96 of these just to upgrade the rotary hearth furnace. That's fine, though. We can do that. Well, we can once we get the Omnic Forge. That's tomorrow's goal. So on the unlock the advanced package crafter. Needs a packager and unpackager recipe. You need to make packager and unpackager and recipes. There's the data module. Right, let's go and get the Mark III fusion reactor. Or at least get it researched. We will have to shut off the Omnium for now, though, I think. Just so the beeps and the boops can do their thing. Yeah, so at least this production we know does keep up with the coolant. Which is nice. Okay, so what else we got to do recipes for? For the fusion reactor Mark III. I think I am just going to switch out the 2 Mark IIs that I have. And then I'm going to repurpose one of those into making tritanium. Passively. And then the other one just whatever we need it for. Right, so we need a recipe for that. And we need a recipe for that. Neither of them seemed overly, like, taxing on the resources. I might want to get a little bit more Darmstadtite coming in, but that's easily sorted. Okay, right, so... Casings... Everything is already craftable. Put it in there alongside the rest of the casings. How many casings are we going to need for 2 of them? I think it's what, 48 plus 24? I think it's we basically need like 1.5 times it since we're wall sharing, but yeah, 48 plus 24, so 72? Yeah, 72 of those, and then We need the recipe for the Mark III fusion reactors themselves, which, just aside from the double americium plate, looks fine. Oh, and we need the enriched naquadotrinium europium duranide wire as well. So we need recipe for that and recipe for that. Otherwise, looks good. What's that? Oh, that's the other, that's the one that we can get rid of now. I think. I hope. All right, and then that. That should be everything now, right? Oh, except the liquid yttrium barium cuprate. We need that recipe as well. I'm assuming we can't do the dust. All right. Should be good. Let's organize the assembler peer-to-peer and it's all sorts of terrible. See, that's why I like my setup. It's nice and easily sorted. I don't have to do anything with it. All right, so we just need that. I really do feel like they've purposefully made the assembly lines awkward to automate. Like certainly for large quantities of recipes. Right, are you done yet? You are done. Beautiful. Right, let's turn you back on again. You can go in there. Let's just see if we can get one of them first, and then we'll go from there. Problem is that dual... Ah, right. I just switched everything back, especially for solidifiers. I just switched everything back to doing them in single blocks, except for the balls. Like that's there for the balls, and then the rest are just done in single blocks over here. Our FPS is definitely tanking, and I'm not sure what's doing it. Let me see if it's still bad with shaders off. Doesn't quite have the base doesn't have quite the same impact with the shaders off. FPS still isn't amazing. There were problems with the subatomic digital assembler, as in FPS-based problems. Oh, wow. You know what? I didn't realize these had a highlighting thing going on. You don't get that with the with shaders on. Might be worth shutting the whole thing off then. Although we were still getting the lag issues with, while we had it shut off as well. How's the neutronium doing? Hey, there we go. We got our neutronium. Perfect. Now, the only thing is, we need to make sure we always keep enough neutronium in stock. And I think that's going to be the difficult bit. Right, what else do we need for the micro miner? Oh yeah, we needed the 14 dense iridium plates. Actually, do we... Can we just request this now? What was it? The thing that was confusing before is that it was requesting to craft more of those as well. But crafting one is fine, because it's still... I'm assuming it's still going to need to request something. But I'm not sure what. Let's just manually make the stuff for this for the time being. Right, is this what's needing the micro miner? Can't see it. What do you mean trade-off in updates? $28,000. I think we'll shut this off when we get to like 32,000. There we go, right. That'll work. Right, so the fusion reactor, what are we waiting on? Cryococcus. Yeah, Cryolobus, I need to upgrade the Cryolobus passive crafting. Ah, so that's kind of like easy mode then. Although I guess that could be a hard mode thing, though, as well, Hideyoshi. It could be that the hard mode ones, I'm guessing that the stabilized ones are considerably more difficult to make. But once you do get them, that's pretty much it. And especially since you rely on them so much in hard mode, I think, for resources, right? Since obviously no, or certain resources, certainly there's no, like, other easy ways of getting them, or no reliable and renewable ways of getting them. But yeah, we've got trinium coils in there at the minute. I would like to put, like, omnic coils in there. I don't like not having shaders on. Do I want to turn them on? Nah, we'll leave them off. We'll leave them off for now. Once we start doing the building later on, like once we actually finish the pack, I'll turn them back on again then. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see. I don't like not having the shaders on now. It's weird. I miss my glowy lights. See, we're actually fine over here anyway. Mostly. All right. Yeah, see, again, tritanium taking forever. What else are we still waiting on? Mithril, black steel. Basically all stuff in the rotary hearth furnace, which for some reason it's not running. Oh, wait, no, I know what the problem is. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Well, I'll make that a little easier. It's this stuff. This is the problem. It's literally just the enriched naquadotrinium europium dinaquidide, because that each one of those like runs at UV and takes 10 seconds each. And since we've just made a shitload of them, maybe we need to actually make another set of. Actually, we could just add another one on top of here, couldn't we? I don't think we've got space vertically, though. Oh, man, those things are horrible. I think I do need to just have something dedicated to doing those. Maybe just have a couple of... worst multi-block in the pack. Yeah, I'd have to, well, I don't know about the worst, but it's definitely up there. Oh, right, I can get rid of this now, can't I? This no longer is used at all. This can just go. There shouldn't be any recipes. You know what, while we're waiting, let's just tear this down. This doesn't need to be here. A bunch of trinium coils in there that can probably be repurposed. This thing was a mess from the start. It's like just an absolute nightmare of a setup. Didn't help that I tried to put it in a very compact space and failed. Well, no, I didn't. I wouldn't say I failed. It worked. It just was a little bit of a pain. Now we do have all this area here for other stuff, if we need it. You know what, let's actually do a couple of vacuum freezers. Running just at UV, and we'll just have those dedicated to just the oh no, the tag the tag buses don't have a priority system, do they? That's gonna make that awkward. Christ. Like with those in there, they're just like everything backs up. Because they can't parallelize because we haven't got enough power going into them. I could upgrade them to both running at UHV. But we're starting to creep into, we'll start to creep into power issues then, I think. And we're still a little ways off, not too far, but a little ways off getting the large Naquadah reactor. We still need the Omnic Forge first. Which needs the Omnic Matrix coils, which we need to make the Omnic Matrix coils. Which is the recipe that takes UHV cooling? The thing with, I guess, with having it, if we have it running at UHV, then it will at least mean that those ones will be going at twice as fast. Titanium, tritium, americium, neutronate. Ah, yeah. I'm assuming that's the superconductor for UHV. Yeah. Fun times. I've got to come up with a better solution for this. Like, whenever we're not doing those things, I'm assuming that will just massively back this up as well. Yeah, that's 10 seconds again at UHV. So... I'm not using wiring anyway. Like, everything's being powered by peer-to-peer. So we're not worried about, like, wiring for things like that, for anything like to do with power. But we are no doubt going to need the wires for something. Yeah. So things like the helical fusion reactor, take those. I'm not bothered about them for wiring. Just... I see this one's getting there. That one's clearing the backlog now. Let's just take a few of these from here. And give this a little bit more work to do. Actually, that's a good point. How do we get the output from this? Like, how do we even output from the large Nakoda reactor? It gives 33.5 million EU per tick. So unless we can put a 64 amp substation dynamo hatch on it, how the fuck are you supposed to output that? That's 64 amps of UV. Oh, does it have to be done with the laser system? It does accept the laser hatches. That's going to be interesting to set up. We might actually have a use for the active transformer then. We might actually need that for the input into our power system. Where are we? So if we set like had a laser hatch somewhere on the top of there. What even is that? Why is that even there? It's not even linked to anything. But basically, we could probably have a... I think we could put the laser hatches on there, or even just a dynamo hatch. Have the... Say, have the what are they called? The transformer in there with a laser hatch connected to the... a laser hatch connected to the thing here, and then a 64 amp hatch transferring it to there. Although I don't know, can the power substation use laser hatches? Can it use laser hatches? Yes, it can. Okay, so we could just... If it's got a laser output hatch, we can probably get that to transfer the power directly into the substation, which will make life a little bit easier. We're still waiting on all this stuff. What are we actually waiting on right now? Something's not right here. The Naquita alloy. Oh wait, no. The reason we're still waiting on it is just the backlog in these. Cooling ingots is like quite possibly the most frustrating thing I've found in this pack so far. We still got 32 of those to go. At least we're not backing up on hot ingots in there. I don't know what's there's nothing we can do at this point, and while we're waiting for that. And I'm assuming that's for the UV field generators. Yeah, like, they just need a ton of enriched aquatrinium europium duranide. Fuck me. Like, even parallel hatches wouldn't help that. And if I wanted to make UV any, like, I think once we've got this done, I think I need to set up a... I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make one of these dedicated to just those ingots, so nothing else gets backed up because of them. I did try to make it so only one of them would accept those ingots. But I don't know whether I had messed up the blacklist in here. But I wanted to have 4-shot ingots and also, but like if kind of if this overflowed, basically I wanted all the other ingots to go into here, but otherwise I wanted this to be solely for the ones that take time. But I couldn't get it to work. Like, having a whitelist and a blacklist didn't seem to work. Which is kind of frustrating. I've already forgotten the name of those things. Naquitatrinium europium duranide. So if we wanted to blacklist just those ones, we should be able to do a star. That. And if we then grab those out of there and put them back in, they still go in there. Oh, right, I need to do star at the end of that as well, don't I? We'll try that again. Ah, okay, that has worked. And they can't go into there at the moment. Wait a minute, have they gone into here? Where the hell did they go? Ah, there they are. Right, now let's just take all of these from here. And put them into there. Right, that should... I'm hoping that... I don't know if the priority works just within this one tag export bus, or if it will prioritize inserting into there over inserting into here. I'm not sure if that's how it works or not. But we're slowly getting there with that. Very slowly being the operative word. But at least this is clear in the backlog. There was one other one that was taking time in these, and I can't remember what it was. I think it was the ZPM superconductor. So I'm assuming, yeah, the uranium rhodium dinaquidide. Which was taking 2.5 seconds to... That's actually not too bad. It's just the other ones that are a pain in the ass. Right, let's just put everything else into here. Hopefully it will prioritize this for everything else. No, maybe not. Okay, what are we still... Okay, at least the neuroprocessing units are going through now. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Although I think this is about going to be around about it for the day. I'll have to come back to this tomorrow. We're nearly there. I wanted to at least get this done first, though. Like, I don't think we're going to get to this because the tritanium is going to take a while. That's why we need to get it passived. We've done all right. I think we've done pretty well today, all things considered. We've got basically infinite omnium now. We're working on stuff for the stabilized microminers. We'll get the tier 8 stabilized microminer tomorrow. The tier 6, they're actually all the same recipe, aren't they? The 8 UV field generators, that's the big problem, is those UV field generators, because of how long it takes to actually craft the tritanium, and B, the stuff is actually finished now. Which I now can't find. Oh, no, there is. The enriched naquadah trinium europium duranide wire. That's the thing that really takes the time. Right, I think what I'm going to do as well is request a couple more of those. There we go. There's our first Mark III fusion reactor. That should... no, that doesn't quite complete that, does it? We need to do the energy hatches and the machine casings. That's fine. Oh, the dollar... Wait, why have I not processed the dollicite dust? Let's get that sorted as well. Right, so that's at least that sorted. How long are these missions taking? Oh, we're waiting on the naquadah alloy. That explains it. Is that also waiting to cool? Or have we gone through... I really don't understand why there's no priority setting on tag export buses. I'm almost tempted to switch those out and use just regular export buses. And then just put every single hot ingot on them. We only need to do it once. And I'm going to just copy it, but there's a lot of them. But at least we could then prioritize it, so if things are able to go into this one, they will do. There we go, right, at least that should be going now. Yeah, that's not too bad. I can't leave this now, and I've got to wait until this is finished. I can't actually close the game down until it has. The neural processing units are a pain still. Anyway, I think on that note, I am going to call it a day. Thank you everyone for being here. I do massively appreciate it. I should be back tomorrow. We'll start working. Hopefully, get the Mark III fusion reactors up and running, and then we can start working on the Omnic Forge, which is one of the next major milestones we need to hit. This is going to be expensive. Although shouldn't be too bad. The biggest problem is probably going to be the Omnic casings. These each take, at least it's only a ZPM field generator. And UV circuits. So at least no, none of the things that take forever to cool. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here. I appreciate it. I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. I'm going to wait AFKing until this is finished. Shouldn't take too much longer. Until then, have an amazing rest of your day, everybody. And I'll see you all soon.